And she said, Kathleen says she turned on the stage mic already. Okay. They have appetizers. Go get them. You want to play the flute?
Yes.
We're gonna need it. Okay. Okay, we're live. Who?
The old manager of this building.
Oh.
Back when it was ran by the city.
Oh.
Stephen Pfister.
Uh-huh. You ducked in, ducked out, huh?
I went to the bar. That's how it was.
Hi.
How'd you survive?
Oh, good. We did good. George is awesome.
Hi.
Yes. George did such an awesome job. AV the whole time for tribal assembly, and I just kept feeding him slideshows, presentations, videos. He coordinated all of screen sharing, last minute everything.
Good. Is this your first time?
First tribal assembly.
Yeah, first tribal assembly, but I've been doing AV work for about 8-9 years.
Stadiums up in Anchorage, Centennial.
Yeah,
So we're really proud of it. Just really lucky to have
back when Centennial was owned and operated by the city.
Yeah.
It's owned by the city, but
Who's that? Yeah. Quit renting the place like 5 years ago, so it's probably during that. Very nice to guys. Lucky.
Yeah.
So good to have you here. I watched a little bit of it here.
Mmm. That is delicious. I know so much beautiful stuff. People were so giving. Just almost brings you to tears as you see the things that people donated.
How much might spend tonight?
I know. I'm like, oh.
We're going to gather donations on Tuesday, so it's like, be kind with your money.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm on a very tight budget. My husband is currently unemployed and taking college courses and has medical all at the same time. So we're on my income for I know. Like yeah. It's good being here. What's this? Is that like artichoke?
because I don't really care for the kids part. I hardly ever eat it or buy it.
When I was a kid, we used to steam them and then put them in the pan. They really good, like
Wall,
Uh-huh.
bar strip for a party
It's a bar strip.
LED wall.
Oh. Oh, you're recognizing some of the upgrades since you left working here.
There's a lot of upgrades, like block out all the projectors, I mean,
Oh, okay.
they went through and stripped out, effectively stripped out the whole, old videos and stuff that they had for the projectors.
Oh. Yes. Okay. Sounds good. Awesome sauce.
Asking for the video. This
Mhm.
one is controlling the room type. Now it's controlling the audio. And our program is um I'll check in with them and see how much longer before they start the program.
Okay, I can start gathering. Need any more? Good.
I'm good for now. Thank
Just
you.
write me down if you need something.
Okay.
You need any more food for now? You good?
I'm good.
Okay.
I was thinking if you wanted, I don't know if you have Zoom app.
I could download it on the work phone. I also would have to charge it.
Oh, maybe you could use mine, cause I was gonna try logging in. I thought it'd be kind of cool to like, as the dance group's coming in, but
If you
it
want.
might be too dark.
It's a little
too.
dark, but if you want, I mean, if you want me to. At the rate people are coming in, we're not starting till like 7
I
o'clock.
already just talked with Chris too.
There's absolutely no way we're just getting started.
He said the one line is a bad idea.
People have to check in and they need numbers and stuff like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're already 10 minutes in, and he does want to have ambient music, Kathleen, so.
Okay, working on it.
Which
Like I
means
said,
you're
it'll
not
just
gonna
give
start
me, which we didn't need ambient music to start right. It's all good.
Make the show happen.
Okay, so we're gonna go patch this real quick. So
I'm sorry to make you.
that's okay. So this is gonna be your headphone jack to whatever you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I think this laptop is just so. I might have to go off of this one. Huh?
okay. You might
You don't
wanna
have
just
to-
like, do the old unplug the HDMI. So that it'll just go to video black, that's fine. And then when you're searching around for Pandora and setting up and in the background, you're not having like everybody see you doing that.
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Right now, G5 and
Yeah.
I was talking to him earlier. He was joking about pulling the fire. I was like, I'm for it. I'm ready to go home.
Can I help with anything?
No, I'm just logging into our YouTube so we can get some ambient music going. 287761. Go check out the bids.
I know, do you need a number to bid? Do you need a number to bid on the silent auction?
Oh, just for the live auction.
Single auction.
Mhm.
This is just people getting in place. I don't think there's. So I hear the clinking, but I don't know how loud it's gonna be.
Okay,
It starts.
let's just see if I can find a better spot here. Let's go here.
Bring it up slow so it's not something like.
It's on Realtek speakers, it said.
You can kind of hear them. Yeah.
Oops.
I just realized they didn't turn the candles on all of the tables. And they look so beautiful, all lit up.
Oops.
Yeah. We could do the ones on the stage. Yeah.
Okay, let's try that again.
Is that good enough level?
Yeah. Yeah. That's great.
Just right now, G6 is pulling sound from this computer. So whenever you guys are done, you can just lower the volume and then mute it. So that you don't get any really computer sound. Or whatever, you know. And then whenever you're ready to turn this back to the slideshow, just do what you need to do and then plug the HDMI in.
Sounds great.
G5 is your shotgun mic, but it's muted right now. It's figured out need it until the dance group's here, really. And then again, those are your wireless mic volumes. So podium, and then these two if you need them. So patch volume for like that. Sorry.
That's okay.
Patch volume for the two connections and then wireless mic for the wireless mic. Call me on the radio if anything else comes up.
Oops. Yeah, I know. It's like we got another 7 hours left. You too. What's that? Oh, this one right here? Or oh yes, yep. That's George and I. Yeah. Oh, you bet. You bet. Yeah. I didn't even get a chance to give you a hug yet. There's so many people that I haven't. I was like, I haven't even seen them yet. I'll come find you and give you a hug though. Huh? I'm good. I think it's good. I was just testing out the iPhone for being on the floor and capturing the kids dancing in.
I see. Your camera's trying to autofocus.
Yeah. I have the zoom going on this because I thought maybe Heather could like capture the kids dancing in with the phone. I have it connected on the Zoom, so thought maybe that would be kind of cool to catch them because we only had that one static camera. Yeah. These are good.
No one's looking at the posters. I want them to like look into it.
Aww. You tried so hard. You're like,
If I see some people out there later, I might ask them to do some post. Even if I know.
yeah. Oh no. Oh no. They heard us.
Oh.
Jody was like, I can hear you talking to Mariel.
Well, thank you, Jody.
Shoot.
Now we know.
Chichion. Bid on the John Rowan bracelet over if your name is Jamie and you bid on the John Rowan bracelet, please go talk to Cece over there in the same area where you placed your bid. Goodness cheesh. Goodness cheesh. If I could please have all of the awardees meet at this back door over here. If you are receiving an award tonight, please go over to that far back door so that our children can dance you in tonight. We're going to start the program now. Goodness cheesh, how Davidson Newsom for joining us for Tlingit and Haida's President's Award Ceremony. On behalf of Tlingit and Haida, we are honored to host tonight's event to recognize 11 incredible people throughout Southeast Alaska and beyond who have contributed greatly to our people, communities, and culture. Many of these awards are... What is going on? Can you guys hear me? Kind of in and out. Okay. Many of these awardees are unsung heroes who have quietly made impactful and positive contributions. This is our chance to shine the spotlight on their great work. They deserve this recognition. We are feeling the energy can only be experienced when we are gathering together. Is it in and out? No, you guys? Okay. We're about to be amazed by an evening of celebration and with our tribal citizens and friends and a performance by our children. We couldn't have hosted this evening celebration without our sponsors, Gunachish, Hawa, Doiksasit Newsom, for being a partner in lifting up our people, communities, and our way of life. And most importantly for tonight, our children and our educational values. Gunachish. Oh, I should probably let you know. Dastin yuchat do a sock, yanwa sha ayachat, tuknachadia dichat city, a klishko haska tedi, just kat kwan ayachat, guchit dachzu ayachat gunachish.
Anthony? Anthony was, I seen him sitting right over here too. Okay. Okay. One more call for the awardees to join the dance group off to the side here. So your last call for anyone that for any of the awardees that are invited to be danced in. Now, while you enjoy your exquisite dinner, we're preparing to invite the Tlingit Culture, Language and Literacy, TCLL, and Hastu Utichat Kedich Hasiti students to perform and dance in our awardees. TCLL is a kindergarten through 8th grade cultural immersion program nested in the Juneau School District. Sealaska Heritage Institute supports the program and has successfully helped to expand it to a K through 8 Tlingit dual language school. TCLL is fortunate to be nurtured by many tribal citizens, including one of tonight's awardees, Hans Chester. Hans and many other teachers share their knowledge of our language and culture with kindness, love, and respect. Hastu utich chat kedich hasiti, which translates to "we are the seeds left in their remains," is a small family-oriented dance group that focuses on children in leadership, language, and community. They have been learning and dancing together since 2016, and the group was named by Mary Rudolph. Join me in welcoming our TCLL and Hastu Itichat Kedich Hasiti students as they dance in our awardees. As our stars aligned and as our stars are up here on the stage with us right now, let's give them one big round of applause. I'm now going to invite Joyce Alexander's Han Tui to come up and bless the ceremony, bless the awardees up here as we get our program started. Joyce?
I'm very honored to be asked to ask the blessing over this gathering. It's something very special for our people. And I was thinking that during the last few years have been very difficult for all of us. We've lost loved ones. We've had different things happen, sicknesses and lack of finances, and people are missing. And I thought maybe if we could just stand together and say the Lord's Prayer, and we'll ask the blessing over this gathering. Hawa, kana cheese. Okay, well, let's pray. Our Father which art in heaven, you guys pray. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive those. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. And Lord, we just give you praise for this time together, Lord, and we ask your blessing that you'll And we commit this time into your hands. And we ask your blessing in your precious holy name, Lord Jesus.
Hawa Gunas Chish to each one of you awardees. You may now take your seats with your loved ones as President Peterson, Chalkiao Ish, will give opening remarks.
Good evening. Shaya Ishtu Asak, Kagwantan Ayahat, Chakuhidi Hit House Ayahat. Richard Peterson, President Clinton Haida. I am so honored to see all of you here tonight. Some of you heard the big news this week about our education campus. And I haven't been able to tell everybody what this fundraising portion of the evening was for. We just said for education, but surprise, it's for the education campus. And we're really excited about that. And while we're going to include fundraising as part of the night, I want to be really clear. This night is about our awardees. This night is to celebrate these individuals who give so much of themselves to lift our community and our culture. From our Lifetime Achievement Awardee to all of the different categories, these are people who have made a significant impact, that they lift others, lift our language, our culture, each other. And so please give your attention to them tonight. And let us join in celebrating them. And thank you all so very much for joining us. And to our awardees, I say to you, we're so honored that you accepted and that you're here tonight and that we can celebrate you with your loved ones. Everybody enjoy the evening.
Gunchish, I just wanted to acknowledge the songs that were sung tonight. The first one is a Yanwasha song that was recently reclaimed from the Mount St. Elias Dancers in 2022. It had been gone from the Yanwasha for over 50 years, so it's really good to be seeing and hearing that song be sung among our people again. And then the two songs that we sang were the Duklawedi. They both belong to the Duklawedi clan, and we had permission from Shkendutan George to sing those songs. Tonight, we have a wonderful catered dinner provided by tribal citizen Rob Kineen with support provided by Smokehouse Catering. We couldn't be prouder of a tribal citizen for coming back, making his journey back to us, and for preparing tonight's dinner. Let us introduce you to him and the exquisite indigenous dinner he prepared tonight. He is a Culinary Institute of America alumni and began working in restaurants at the age of 15. In 2015, he was hand-selected to cook a 5-course meal for U.S. President Barack Obama, featuring Alaska produce, fish, and wild game. He began his culinary journey in Anchorage and opened Noble's Diner. In 2012, he created a webinar series about cooking with traditional foods through fresh49.com. His passion and dedication are now recognized as the authority on Alaska cuisine. He has been featured on today's show with Al Roker cooking spot shrimp, fresh rolls, and spruce tip marinated elk skewers. Oh, that sounds good. And has cooked for legendary chefs. I'm gonna butcher these names because I don't know these things. Chefs Jock Pepin and Lydia Bastianich. Chef Kanine has worked across the state and the country promoting indigenized cuisine throughout guest appearances, speaking engagements, cooking demonstrations, and private catering. Although he lives in Durham, North Carolina, Chef Kanine remains connected to his traditional roots in Petersburg and Southeast Alaska. He's cooked in Alaska culture camps from Utqiagvik to Bethel, in Utqiagvik, Muktuk Sushi, and in Bethel, Smelt with salsa, and Tyonek foraged beach peas, and in Shiitka, rockfish fried rice with foraged greens. Oh, that sounds good too. Chef Kanine is the executive chef of the Refectory Cafe in Durham, North Carolina. Gunachish Hawa Chef de Cuisine Rob Kanine. Gunachish. Here he is, Gunachish. You want to say anything?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Hi. I just want to say it's fantastic to be here. A little update on the resume. I'm actually the outreach director for a nonprofit called NATIVS, North American Traditional Indigenous Food Systems. The founder, Sean Sherman, he was actually one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. He's Lakota Sioux, the Sioux chef, S-I-O-U-X. We focus on pre-contact foods. So tonight, this menu was inspired not only with all pre-contact food, but it's also no dairy, no gluten, no refined sugars. And we had to borrow a little bit from our brothers and sisters. We have some tribally raised bison. We have some corn, some hominy. But I was really proud to be here. I was really proud to represent Alaska. And I just want to say thank you all so much for and Tlingit and Haida as well. I was up here 2 months ago talking, and it turned into an invite to make dinner, to provide dinner tonight for this. So it's been a true pleasure and a privilege. Thank you all very much.
We know you're all enjoying this wonderful dinner. It's just a reminder that we have a 50-50 raffle. We're hoping that you all brought some Donna for that, cash money. This is just one way that we can all contribute to tonight's fundraiser and have a chance to win at the same time. Winner will be announced at the end of the evening. In addition, we also have received an overwhelming amount of support for tonight's education fundraiser. Please remember to take a step over here and look at all the beautiful items donated for our silent auction and make sure to place a bid. We also have renderings for Tlingit and Haida's Juneau Education Campus and Prince of Wales Campus that we encourage you to make time to go and look and envision your thoughts on tonight's fundraiser and what this is all about. This is just the beginning of Tlingit and Haida's educational initiatives. Gunachish.
Next, we're going to present the President's Lifetime Achievement Award. This award is the Lifetime Achievement Award, which is the highest award bestowed and recognizes an individual's significant lifetime achievements. The recipient is a person who has dedicated their life to the betterment of the Tlingit and Haida people. Tonight, we celebrate you, Robert Davidson. Robert Houtzinsglins Davidson is Haida, Eagle. Tsetlanis lineage. His Hodkill name is Houtzinsglins, which means Eagle of the Dawn. He was born in Heidelberg, Alaska. His parents are Claude and Vivian Davidson. He's the grandson of the Haida artist and memoirist Florence Davidson. Robert is an internationally recognized Haida artist. He is known for his totem pole carving, masks, formline prints, jewelry. He was appointed to the Order of Canada and promoted to officer. His recognition is the second highest honor for merit. Hoot Sinsglins apprenticed with Haida master carver Bill Reed in 1966, then studied at the Vancouver School of Art a year later. In 1969, when he was 22 years old, Robert carved and raised the first totem pole on Haida Gwaii in nearly 90 years. His inspiration was to give his elders a chance to celebrate culture in a way they had not been able to in their lifetimes. Robert is a founding member of the Rainbow Creek Dancers with his brother Reg. He is also one of the founding members of the Haida Gwaii Singers Society, started by Terry Lynn Williams Davidson. He currently lives and works in White Rock, near Vancouver, and Masset, Haida Gwaii. Let's give it up for Robert. Give it up. I'd like to call Hoot Sinsglins onto the stage and then welcome some remarks by President Peterson.
This is one of those moments where I'm almost lost for words. Robert Davidson is an icon, not just to the Haida people, but Haidas, Tlingit, Tsimshian, and everything in between in the lower 48 in Canada. In a time where our people had to hide our customs and our ceremonies, our potlatches, Robert is the one who brought those back. And I don't know if people understand that or understand the significance of what he did. But in a time where our elders and our ancestors had to make up cardboard regalia to wear in secret because our way of life was outlawed, Robert defiantly brought our culture back into the forefront. So to me, this lifetime achievement was earned decades and decades ago, and it's long overdue to recognize him. And I just, in my position, it's an honor to lift people up and recognize them. And this is one of those moments where I feel like I'm getting the award. Being able to stand here and to say, how to go on, we appreciate you and we love you. So without further ado, Robert Davidson.
How di talang koya isis. Ayati kurge kinam. My dear friends, my mind is warm today. Thank you. This is a great honor. I want to dedicate this to my grandparents, my uncles, my aunties who trained me to be on the path I'm on. It was as a child watching my grandparents and their generation being muted by the laws that governed us. Whenever the Indian agent would be around Nani and Chinny's house, at felt like they couldn't bow down far enough because that's how much they feared him. And I got the inspiration after I left Masset to live in Vancouver and saw the incredible art that my ancestors created. I was brought up in a village where there was no art. There were no songs, there were no dances. And the inspiration to watch my grandparents' generation, I wanted to create an occasion for them to just celebrate one more time in the way they knew how. I didn't know what that meant. With the help of my family, Reg, my brother, Nani and Chinny, my dad, my mother, my uncles, we created this totem pole. I can't take full credit for it because I was the steersman on the project, and they were the paddlers. The day was amazing. It was an amazing. I still have tears when I see photographs of that moment, watching Nani and Chinny and all the elders of that generation. Many of the photographs of that generation, there's big smiles. And if you look further, many of them had paper headpieces. The town chief, someone drew one of his crests on a cardboard with felt pen. So to fast forward to today, it's so exciting to see where we have come. And we were so fortunate to have these elders demonstrate their knowledge on that day for us in Masset. And I could say the same in many of the other villages up and down the coast. For this great honor and recognition. Thank you.
As well as the pennant that was just given, that was carved by Joe and Crystal Young. I also have this President's Award Certificate, awarded to Robert Davidson in recognition of his significant lifetime achievements and dedication to the betterment of the Tlingit and Haida people. How gunas chish.
With us tonight is another distinguished tribal citizen. He was Tlingit and Haida's Lifetime Achievement Awardee in 2020 and a fierce advocate for education. Learning about Tlingit and Haida's education fundraiser, Dr. Dennis Demert made the journey to be with us tonight. President Peterson, can you please help us welcome Dr. Dennis Demert? Sheesh.
Thank you. Bear with me tonight. I'm starting to lose my voice, so I might have to hand some duties off tonight, and I apologize to all of our guests. Um, it's again a distinct honor to recognize people who make tremendous impacts in our lives and our culture and our way of life. And I remember a number of years ago, and I look in the audience and I see my brother Kune. He and I attended a series of trainings at the Sheldon Jackson College, gosh, almost 30 years ago. Pretty close. I know we were like 5. Yeah. But that was the first time I'd really gotten to sit down and visit and get to know Dennis Demmert. And in those moments, and I think Hune would agree with me, in a simple matter of few conversations, he shared so much with us. I felt like I was receiving treasure. He had shared so much about the history of Tlingit and Haida, about the A&B and the ANS, and the fight that their generation had for our rights. And I found a thoughtful, kind, and really progressive thoughts from him that left an impact on me to this day. And so it was my honor to lift up Dennis Demmert for all that he's done for our people over many, many decades. And I thank him and his wife for being here, and please let us welcome him to the stage. Is he coming up? Is he coming up? Can you ask him if he wants to come up and speak or not? He's right there. I don't know if Dr. Demmert wants to come and say a few words. We'll escort him up. While Dr. Demmert makes his way to the stage, we recognized Joe and Crystal Young for the artists behind the pendants. We'd be remiss if we didn't recognize Natalie Brown for her cedar weavings to go along with those pendants. So we're very thankful to our artists.
First, I want to say thank you, Richard, for this recognition tonight. The recognition was from during the time of the pandemic when I couldn't be here. None of us were here. And I want to thank Richard for the chance to speak because I want to give credit where credit is due. I've had the good fortune over my life to be involved in just a lot of good activities. I learned from my father that in our old traditions, one of the great traditions of tribal people is helping each other. And my father was a good example. I remember that he did very well as a fisherman. There were people who didn't do well, he would help them. He didn't expect anything in return. And the the vehicle that was put into use even before his time was the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood. And that's where I want to give credit. And that's something that I want to bring to your attention because it needs revival even now. When I was teaching, I had the good fortune to be Director of Native Studies for almost 20 years at the university, then at Sheldon Jackson, which is where Richard had come to one of our activities. And there was just one of the things that I learned, I worked on a land settlement, and I saw in the settlement that what was required was Senator Stevens did not want tribes to get the money, so the corporations were created. And I saw a report that said the average education achievement for Native people in the villages ranged from 1.2 to 2.4 to 3.6, and two areas had, Southeast had 9.1, and Kodiak had about 8.1 or so. That was the average educational achievement of our people in the villages, the adults. And the law said they had to create corporations. And corporations had to operate according to law. It was a plan designed for failure. And you know what happened? It failed. The corporations were failing. Senator Stevens had some laws passed that that turned things around. And now Native corporations, there's a list of 49 top corporations in Alaska by income. About half of those corporations are Native corporations. That even includes some village corporations. And one of the high priorities of the corporations and also the tribes, I don't know how many people know that both the tribes and the corporations are children of the A&B and ANS. The Indian Reorganization Act in 1934 recognized Indian tribes, but there was language in there that said, except Alaska. I think 2 other states as well. The A&B sent William Paul to Washington. He got a job with a congressman, and 2 years later, through his efforts, Congress passed a law that added Alaska back and gave us tribes, and that was done through the A&B. And the A&B started, I'm telling maybe more than I should take the time, but I want to just make a couple points here. In 1939, the A&B, 1929, the A&B started the effort toward the land settlement. Later on, when I was on the Central Council, our attorney had told us that when tribes sued, it took an average of 31 years to get a settlement. We started in 1929, and then there was a decision in 1959 that our land was improperly taken. Now we are owed for it, and we got a settlement in 1968. Just about on target, about 31 years. But the important thing was the 1959 decision that was based on the Tlingit and Haida land suit demonstrated that the land belonged to natives. And a few years later, the AFN was created, and the result of that was the settlement with the corporations. It was the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood that started that. And so tribes and corporations are children of the ANB and ANS. There's still work for the ANB and ANS to do, and I want to encourage people to think about reviving it. There are certain things that ANB and that the corporations are doing, and by law, they have a particular focus for the tribes and for the corporations. The ANB and ANS can go beyond that. Our people have needs. In all of our families, we have some people that are not doing well economically. Many of our people are still in poverty. Many of our people have social problems. In so many of our families, including my own, we've had those problems. And the ANB and ANS are the organizations that can and should address the problems of that our people face now. We still have poverty. Our children are undereducated and not treated well in the schools even now. And there are ways we can take care of that. But what it's going to take is what it took before, and that's the Native people themselves making it happen. And I'm talking to the people now that should make those things happen. So when you leave here, I'd like you to think about reviving those organizations and getting them to do those things for our people that are needed. We need to eliminate that poverty. We need to eliminate those social problems that all of you know that we have. And we need to get our children as well educated and into good jobs. All of that we can do, and I encourage all of you to think about that and get your organization going in your village. I've taken a lot of time, but I want to get that message. Richard, I want to thank you for giving me the chance to speak, and thank you all, and thank you all for the nice recognition that you've given me. Thank you very much.
Hawa Dennis, for your wisdom, for sharing with us, for educating us, and always being a staunch advocate for our people, for our schools, and for our place in this world. Hawa Gunchish. We're going to do a little backtracking a little bit, so bear with us, please. We have a proclamation, and this is on behalf of our tribal president. Previously, as we honored our Lifetime Achievement Awardee, Robert Hootzinsglins Davidson. I have a short proclamation to read for him. Whereas Robert Davidson is Haida and his indigenous name is Hootzinsglins, which means Eagle of the Dawn, and he is a member of the Eagle moiety, Tsetlanas. And whereas he was born in Heidelberg, Alaska, to Claude and Vivian Davidson, and is the grandson of Haida artist and memoirist Florence Davidson. And whereas Robert is an internationally recognized Haida artist known for his totem pole carvings, masks, formland prints, and jewelry. And whereas Robert apprenticed with Haida master carver Bill Reed in 1966, then studied the Vancouver School of Art a year later. And whereas in 1969, when he was 22 years old, Robert carved and raised the first totem pole on Haida Gwaii in nearly 90 years, a 12-meter bare mother pole. And whereas Robert is considered a leading figure in the Renaissance of Haida art and culture with a passion to revive and perpetuate a variety of forms of Haida cultural expression, including song, dance, ceremony, and whereas his work can be found in a number of private and public collections, including the National Gallery of Canada, Vancouver Art Gallery, Canadian Museum of History, and Southwest Museum, and whereas he's a founding member of the Rainbow Creek Dancers and one of the founding members of the Haida Gwaii Singers Society, formed by Terry Lynn Williams Davidson, and whereas he has received numerous awards, including the National Aboriginal Achievement Award for Art and Culture, Queen Elizabeth II's Golden and Diamond Jubilee Medals, Vancouver Arts Award, British Columbia Aboriginal Art Lifetime Achievement Award, City of Surrey's Civic Treasure Award, and Canada Governor General's Award for Visual and Media Arts, and the Auden Prize for Lifetime Achievement, and whereas he was appointed as a member of the Order of Canada in 1966 and promoted to officer in 1922. And now, therefore, President Peterson, Richard Chalya-Ish Peterson, as him being president of the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida, Indian Tribes of Alaska, whereby he proclaims today, April 19th, 2024 as Robert Davidson Day for all Tlingit and Haida people, and ask that all citizens of the tribe join us in celebrating his many accomplishments on behalf of our people. One last round of applause. Yes. Yes, it's time to start to get lively up in here. Let's do a bit of a roll call, shall we? Yes, let's see what kind of room we got and the fine people that are here. Give a little shout out if you're from the village. All right, how about if you're a city Indian? There we go. How about if you prefer La Choy soy sauce? Kiko Man? Eagles? How about our Ravens? Woo, that's what I like to hear. All right, good segue. Tonight we have with us two people who deserve recognition. Their work has largely gone unnoticed until recently. We finally have a complete history behind Tlingit and Haida's logo, the lovebirds we all cherish that represent our tribe, our people, and our sovereignty. President Peterson, can you please come forward to help us introduce Nathan Jackson and John Hagan, the artists behind Tlingit and Haida's logo.
So Ben and I probably should have coordinated because I was going to do the whole, do you know who did this? But now you know, It was brought to me a few years ago and has been brought to me a few more times by different people that our logos, the lovebirds, the eagle and the raven, who had designed them and the recognition had never been settled. And so when I was in Ketchikan, I had the opportunity to visit with my friend Nathan Jackson and learn the correct history from his mouth. And he shared with me how he and John Hagen had come to create the lovebirds. He had also told me about how a unscrupulous Gleka kind of sold their art out from under them, but he was really happy that it went to a Native organization, so he never really raised a stink about it. But knowing the truth means you have to act on the truth. And so I'm very excited tonight to take a moment to put right some old business of the tribe and to recognize Nathan Jackson and John Hagen as the rightful artists and creators of our logo, that across the nation people recognize our logo and recognize Tlingit and Haida. And so tonight, as a small token on behalf of the tribe, we present them with some honorariums and a few gifts, and we'll give them a few minutes to acknowledge this. But I want to just especially thank Nathan and John. They couldn't have been more gracious, more understanding, and just excited to celebrate their work that is known across the globe. So let's all give a big konakchish to these amazing artists. As they both work with wood, we wanted to give them jackets with their logo on it, but we knew it'd be Carhartt because they got to keep warm while they're working on their projects. So this one's for John. All right. And Nathan. And we're honoring them with these plaques, and I'll read it. At the 89th Annual Tribal Assembly, Tlingit and Haida recognizes John Hagen, Nathan Jackson for their contribution to Tlingit and Haida's logo, a symbol of sovereignty for the tribe and tribal citizens.
Well, all I got to say is what an honor it is to be able to receive some sort of recognition after all these years. But, you know, when I was, before I went into the Army, one of the things that I wanted to be was a fisherman. And most people start dreaming when they were kids what they wanted to do. And if you're taught how to fish, you learn all about it. But there was one thing that, like, if you all have kids, you realize that that is a responsibility. If a person loves to draw, hey, when the fellow Robert Davidson, when he started his projects, he started in black and white. Now I'll tell you something else. When you get your new vehicle, and there are many different vehicles around, different styles and so on, they have to start in black and white before they even get into the detail of it. So, but I would encourage most people that don't really know that they have the talent. And one of the things that happened to me was I ended up in Mount Edgecombe because they thought I had tuberculosis. And in that, I said, there was a fellow that's last name was Cadwatt, Albert Cadwatt, and he was from Skagway. And in the hospital, he was wheeling himself around in a wheelchair. And I thought, what? And he, out of his head, did a drawing of a face that he remembers, an elder. And I thought, wow, a lot of paper here, a lot of pencils, a lot of erasers. I wonder if I could do it. So I tried. And it makes a great deal of difference to know that this is one of those steps that before you even get into carving, one of the things that you'll have to learn to do is create your idea. Once you come up with your idea, then it's time to get to work. And I thank you for this opportunity, and I say, Lord bless you. Lord bless you. John?
Yeah, I grew up doing artwork in Haynes, and I was very fortunate to have many very fine artists to follow, especially Nathan and Leo Jacobs and a few others, and I thank you for the recognition. Give it a chase.
Beautiful. All these rich Indians here. Yeah. Well, I mean, I charge wealthy by how many hugs I got out there, so I'm rich as hell. So thank you, guys. I am rich. I'm not for auction. Sorry, ladies. It's not me tonight. But seriously, we're here to do some fundraising. You got to cut the tension in here with a knife. I know you guys are rich. I got to pull out the book. I'm Anthony Christensen. I'm here to help MC with the other two beautiful MCs tonight. Recognizing all the good leadership, the qualities we see here. Just an honor to be in the room, to be asked to just be a part of the event, to be with the esteemed guests that we have here. Just beautiful to see our people always continuing to celebrate who we are, lift each other up, and continue to just be the best in the world. So I always appreciate that. That's who we are. So thank you for the wise words from Mr. Demert there about all of the quality leadership we got from A&B and ANS over the years, and all the way to Robert and the achievements that these guys have made through the years, and inspiring and impressing us to keep driving forward and pushing the ball forward. So tonight I'm here to do an auction, not to speak to you about all the cool things I wish I could say. Let me put on my reading glasses. My value just went down. I'm just teasing. All right, we got a live auction tonight. Tonight we're going to do a Tlingit berry basket. I think this is it right here, by Preston Singletary. It was donated. It's an elegant brown and sand carved glass bowl with a basket design measuring 5.75 inches by 6 inches. Preston Singletary's art has become synonymous with relationship between Tlingit culture and fine art. His glass sculptures deal with the theme of Tlingit mythology and traditional designs. He started blowing glass at the Glass Eye Studios in Seattle, Washington in 1982, where he grew up and continues to work and live. And so the value of this is 3,500. So I'm trying to figure out how to figure this out. So I'm at 25% and I can't do math. What's 25% of 35? So I'm going to start the bid off at $800. Do I got $800? Raise your paddle. Come on. This is how you start. You just start. It's an auction. Do I see one? We got $800. Do I got $900? I got 800. We got 900. Come on, paddles. Huh? Yeah, we got 20 over here with 800. That can't be it. We got 23 over here with 900. Do we got 1,000? Do we got 1,000? 23 with 900. Do we got 1,000? Come on, we got 11 over here with 1,000. We got 1,200 over there with 38. 1,200 at 38. Do we have 1,300? I see 1,300 somewhere in the house. 1,300. Beautiful basket by Preston. One of a kind. All right, 20 over here is at 1,300. Do we got 1,400? 1,400 in the house. Over here at 23, 1,400. Thank you. I'm a bad eyesight as well. Remember that. 2,400 over here. 2,400. Anybody else want to raise that paddle? Yeah, don't be shy. 2,400 going over here once. Did I say 2,400? Huh? Oh, right here, 2,400 right here. 2,500. See how I jumped it up there? Way up there. It's 2,500 now. 2,500 to 22 in the back. 2,500 to 22. Anybody else on this side want to? Come on, I'm pulling for this side over here. We got 25 over here. We got to get 26 over here. Come on. All the money's on this side. I can feel it. Where at? I see a number way back there. We got 26 at 83 over here. Thank you. I felt it. 26 over there at 83. Do we got 27? 27 at 22. 27 at 22. Do we got 28? 28? 27 at 22. 27. Do we got 28 in the house? Bright lights. Come on, 28. 28, where are you? 28 at 20 right here. Do we have 29? We got 28 at 20. Do we get a 29? 29 in the house. Is there a 29? Somebody want to pull out their big checkbook? 29 for 22 in the back. I like that guy. You can keep it going. 29, 29. Do I have 30 over here? Come on, we got to get $3,000 for this. Remember, this is the donation for a good cause. I'm going out. 3,000. 3,000. We got 29 over here going once. Can we get 3,000? 3,000 at 83 over here. All right, we got 3,000 over here at 83. Can we get 3,100? 3,100. 3,100 over here at 22. You want to challenge that for 23? Is that 22 over here? 22. Could I get 23? I mean, we're at 30. What are we at? Yeah, I'm at 33. See, I keep messing up their numbers. 33. We're at 33 over here. And I get 34. I told you guys I can't add. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going backwards, forwards. 3,300 over here. 3,300 going once. 3,300 going twice. 34 for 83. 3,400 at 83. 3,400. Do I have 35? We got 3,500 over here. 3,500. We're at price here. We got 3,500 at table over here. We got 36. 36 for the table over here. We got a battle in the house. All right. We got 36 over here. 36. Do we got 37? We have 37. We have 37. Do we get 38? 37. We get 38. 38. We have 3,800 over here. 3,800. Do we want to do 39? 39. We got 39. Do we want to do 40? Do we want to do 4,000? We got 4,000 right now. 4,000 over here. Do we want to do 4,100? We got a good battle. It looked like badminton out there. 4,000. We want to do 4,100. 4,100. 22. 42. 4,100. 4,100. 4,100 going once. 4,100. We got 41. Do we want to do 42? 42. We got 42. Do we want to do 43? 43. 43. We've got 43. This is beautiful. We want to do 44 over here. 44. Do you want to do 45? 45. We got 4,400 over here. 4,500. We're getting up there now. This is some good donation. 45. You want to do 46? 4,500. 4,500 going once. 45 twice. Sold to number 83 in the back there. Yeah. Thank you guys for your good competition. Appreciate the support. Okay, well, I'll say this. Oh, all right. Thank you for that. Good battle. Thank you for your donation there. This next one is a live auction item number 2. Alaska Dream Cruises for 2. This is donated by Alaska Marine. Allen Marine, I mean. The Last Frontier Adventure is designed for guests seeking more time in the wilderness areas and a higher level of activity. The dynamic itinerary features daily adventures like hiking, rainforest trails, kayaking a glacial fjord, exploring the Baranof Islands, Waterfall Coast, and more. The offering also includes the company's exclusive Orca Point Lodge. Alaska Dream Cruises and Allen Marine Tours are Alaska Native-owned companies owned and operated by tribal citizen Jamie Cagle. Allen Marine, which is one of the oldest tour companies in Alaska, was originally founded by Jamie's grandparents, Bob and Betty Allen. So we're going to go ahead and start auction on this one. This value is over $10,000. And so we got to start this one off at 25%. So we're going to start off at $2,500 on this and go up by $500 increments because I got a boss over here. So we're going to big ball it on this one. It says 4,000 on the screen, but it's actually valued at more. They made a mistake. So we'll go ahead and get this auction started for the Dream Cruise for 2. You and your honey could go all over Southeast exploring the wilderness. For $2,500 start, 82, 2,500 over here. We got 2,500. Do we have 3,000? We have 2,500 over here. Do we have 3,000? 2,500. We got 3,000 right here. Do we have 3,500? Do we have 3,000? Do we have 3,500? 3,582. Do we have 4,000? 4,000. We got 3,500. Do we have 4,000? 4,000 right here. We have 4,000. Do we have 4,500? Do we have 4,500? We have 4,000 here. We have 4,000 here. Number 11, 4,000. The room got quiet. 4,500, thank you. 4,500, do we have 5,000? 5,000, are you waving it there, Prez? Are you? We're going to 5,000. We got 4,500 here. I was just 5,000. I'm making sure. I want to make sure. We're at 5,000 over here. Do we have 5,500? 5,500. 5,500. We're at 5,000. So we just hit 5, huh? We're at 5,000. So if we could keep going, we're going to double this gift from the owner per president.
Jamie Cagle just came up to me and said, if it goes for over $5,000 and it comes down to 2 people, they'll offer 2. So 2 packages. How about that for Jamie and Allen Marine?
So we're at 5,000 with the president. Do I hear 55? 55? You want to be first or second? I got second at gold medal, so I'd rather be first. 55? 5? Sold. 5,000 to the president. Thank you. And congratulations to both of you, and thank you to Alan Marine. We appreciate the donations. All right, we got the last live auction item here is Lightning Woman's Apron. That's over here on the left. That's a value of $2,500 donated by Kinsey Young. This apron was woven near the end of 2021 and was finished in time for the Youth Juried Art Show during Celebration 2022. It is made with merino wool and sea otter fur with tan deer hide backing. Kinsey Young is Kaigani Haida from the Yaklanas clan. She has been weaving Raven's Tail since 2016 and teaches classes throughout Alaska. Her goal is to help the art of Raven's Tail weaving thrive for future generations. So we have a beautiful robe by Kinsey, a young and emerging artist, and it's valued at $2,500. And you guys are having a hard time hearing. I'll speak up. How's that? Not yet. $2,500 value. That will start at $500 for the apron here. Can I get a $500 bid for the apron up here? Raven's Tail. We got $500 back here. Can I get $1,000 for Raven's Tail? $2,000 right here. $2,000 to the table here. Do I got $2,500? $2,500 in the room anywhere. We got $2,500 back here at 18. Do I have $3,000? Do we get $3,000 in the room? Is there $3,000? We got $3,000 back here at 30. Where 30 is $3,000. We have $3,000. Can we get $3,500? $3,500. We're at $3,000. $3,500. $3,500. Could we get $4,000? $4,000 in the room. This beautiful one-of-a-kind piece, won an art show. Can we get $4,000 for it? We're at 35. We're at 35. 3,500. Can we get 4? 3,500. Going once. 3,500 going twice. Sold. Good job, guys. Back to the table. Did you get that one? 30? Okay. Yeah. What was I? All right, that concludes my portion of the evening. Thank you, guys, and that was fun. Thank you guys for all your donations. Have a good evening. Now I'm going to have a beer.
All right. This is the last call before we close the cedar level of the silent auction items as we move into the program to recognize 5 awardees. Last call before we close the cedar level of the silent auction items. Now, we will be moving into our President's Awards to recognize 5 individuals. This next award, which is the Caring for Our Children Award, recognizes foster parents for opening their hearts and their home to provide a safe, stable, and nurturing environment for children in need. This award deservingly goes to Ed and Janice Hotch. Ed and Janice Hotch have been married for 33 years. They have 8 children and 11 grandchildren. Edward Hotch is Tlingit. Chak, Eagle, is Shangukedi of the Thunderbird from Klakwan and is one of the Thunderbird clan leaders. Ed has a bachelor's degree in business management from the University of Alaska Southeast. He is semi-retired and works for Cruise Line of Agencies of Alaska. Janice Kusi Hotch is Tlingit. Yeth of Luknakhadi from Yakutat. Janice has a bachelor's degree in journalism from the University of Washington, as well as continued coursework in human resource management, government contracting, and accounting. Janice is Tlingit Haida's Business and Economic Development Director. In the 1990s, Ed and Janice fostered a child for a school year, and then the child was happily reunited with family. After seeing the need for foster parents, a year later, Ed and Janice responded by becoming licensed foster parents, once again in 2016 and in 2017. In both instances, the children were not able to be reunited with their immediate family and were permanently placed with Ed and Janice. Let's give a nice round of applause as we recognize Mr. and Mrs. Hotch.
Oh, sure, okay. Come on, do you want to say something or just read this?
You can read that, I'll say something.
Okay. Goodness cheese. Edward and I are humbled by this recognition we don't deserve, but because we feel like we're living our culture by taking in children, and in this case, who need a safe home. So it was in 2016, we learned of a 4-year-old child who needed a home, and we're so democratic, our family took a vote, and we decided we would take in 4-year-old Carter, and I've provided a number of pictures throughout the years. In 2017, we learned of a little girl who needed a home. She was 2 years old, and without hesitation, we took her in as well. In both these particular cases, the children were not able to be reunited with the family, and it's because of an epidemic that's happening, and not only in Juneau, Alaska, and all across the United States, but we do have an opioid epidemic, and all 4 parents addiction got a hold of them. The children were awarded for their legal duties. The court refers to it as permanency. But really what's made this all possible, and I've got to give a big shout out to Tlingit and Haida Central Council's daycare program. They've really made it, the financial burden, they've eased that financial burden to be able to help anybody who wants to take in a child. They hook you up with resources. It's really a wonderful program. I know foster parents are needed. Please don't think for a moment we're trying to lay any guilt on anybody. We know not everybody's in a position to be able to help a child in need, but if you can, the need is great. Taking in a child and offering a safe home can be so very rewarding. Are we perfect? No, not by the stretch of the imagination. But we try our best. I make sure the dishes are clean, clothes are washed. Edward and I both make sure the kids get to school. And Edward makes sure that everybody's fed. He is the cook in our home. And I just really appreciate it. It's really a perfect combination. So Edward and I do hope that we'll always be surrounded by our children and our grandchildren, being engulfed in love and laughter. We are so blessed. So thank you.
I'd like for our fine people over here at the end, everyone that's getting really excited about bidding, to please be mindful of the speakers when they're at the mic. Hawa, chish.
He forgot to say that I have a GoFundMe over there for Ed Hotch. With the children that we have, we are raising them in a cultural way. They are learning the language. We take them fishing every year. We show them how to catch the fish, cut the fish. Carter's getting good at taking the fish out of the net now. We show them how we jar it, how we smoke it, how we go after the wood to smoke it. Up in Cluckwin, we use dead cottonwood. Somebody told me once, we have lots of cottonwood behind my house, but they weren't dead cottonwood. There's a difference. Green cottonwood makes it kind of really bitter. The dead cottonwood is dry and it smokes really well, and it'll smoke all day long if you let it. They're learning where to go pick berries. We take them up to Haines and Cluckwin area every year, and they're going to pick soap berries, cranberries, blueberries, Indian celery. So they are learning how to survive in an economy that is steadily rising with costs. When you have children staying in your place, it is such a nice feeling. Because if you treat them well, they will respect you. When our little girl was 4, she says, "Papa," I said, "What?" She said, "When I get older, I'm going to buy you a new house, and I'm going to paint it blue." And she still talks about it to this day. What started off as a short term when we were asked to watch them, it was going to be short term, is now over 7 years for both of them. And they are doing well. They're learning a language from the 2 that are going to get recognized for teaching a language. So it's really appreciated. I always tell everybody, they know more than me. All I ever learned was chook. So getting this award is really a great privilege. We want to thank Clinton and Haida for recognizing us. Although we don't feel like it's something we should be recognized for, we think everybody should be helping each other. We are all related. No matter what community you go to, you're going to find a relative. And I keep reminding Richard that I need a pay raise because he's my relative. Oh, wait, I don't work for him. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Let's give them one last applause and give Ed a good juk off the stage. Ed and Jens.
Can bidder number 82 either wave your hand in the air or go back to the finance table in the back of the room, please? Number 82, we got 82 over here, Helen. Way over there, keep it in the air, number 82. Let's give the chef another round of applause. Who's liking this meal? I haven't got to try it yet. I'm just waiting. No, I'm just kidding. All right, here we go. Culture Bearer Award. This next award, which is the Culture Bearer Award, recognizes an individual who is dedicated to perpetuating and preserving our culture and upholds traditional knowledge through practice and teaching. This award goes to Kinkadunik Paul Mark Sr. Paul Kinkadunik Marks is Tlingit. He is Tlukahadi Raven from Haines, Alaska. Kinkadunik is well known in Juneau as a teacher who advocates for his students and speaks up for Indigenous rights. He also always has his family with him, as you can see here. Like many Tlingit birth speakers, he dedicates his time to save the Tlingit language. Through training with elders, he carries and shares understanding of Tlingit protocol and ways of life. Paul served in the Marine Corps. Paul served in the Army and remains an active veteran. He has carved 2 totems, one for the Ulu factory and one for the Alaska State Fairgrounds. He helped support coordination of the first celebration in 1982, where he reached out to various clan leaders, communicating the goals and purpose of celebration in Tlingit. He serves as a traditional scholar for Sea Alaska Heritage Institute and serves as a fluent speaker for the SHI Master Apprentice Program. Paul is recognized for his knowledge on Tlingit protocol, dedication to the Tlingit language, and is welcomed into many classrooms to share. He stays true to his cultural training, constantly advocating for Tlingit Tundatani, the Tlingit way of thinking.
Wasagun Chishaya. Wasach tu yeti yaigi. Atlingun Chishaya. President Peterson. It is with deep honor and pride that I accept this my trouble, or what I'm feeling now is that I am Tlingit. Tlukahadi. My name is Kinkadunik, which comes from the Raven House in Haines. Austin Hammond was my clan leader, and he also trained me to take his place when he passed on. Some may not recognize that or not really accept that, but I've always been there at the different funerals for our people. I would feel that if you want to be truly a Tlingit, not only to speak with them when they're alive, but also help to put them away. There's a lot of things that's gone through my mind of what to say, what to do, how to say it, when to say it, which is a difficult matter because I'm filled with emotion. I want to speak Tlingit, but I also know that what I have to say, many may not understand. Sometimes I feel like I have not obtained because I have not received a degree as per se as a college university person. But I speak with many college graduates. I speak with many bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, doctor's degrees. And there's a lot of our culture that I hear that they interpret, and I find the answers are not the right interpretations at times that I hear. And then I say, who am I? I don't have the degree. But I do have the education of our people. Austin Hammond, Emma Marks, Willie Marks, Jim Marks, Pete Marks, Leo Marks, Florence Mark Shakely, Nora Donhauer, my educators. We grew up in a household where we spoke Tlingit. Morning, we'd go to school, no Tlingit. Come home, we try to act like Westerners. I guess I don't want to say the other word, but I was trying to act colonized. Then they would say to us, Wasa wune? Wasa yewune? What happened to you? Hasa yehikoke? Did they bewitch you? Because we wanted to act like we were Tleika. My brother wouldn't allow that. When I started acting like I was somebody, tripped me. They say, who do you think you are anyway? I was just trying to be flamboyant, like a Tleika. Well, you're not. You're a Tlingit. So these things, I remember back in a situation like this, I wouldn't want to be in here because I wasn't educated like a Tleika, and I didn't know how to act. I didn't know how to use the utensils that's put before you on the table. Didn't know how to act. But as I got older, I seen a lot of Tlaikas don't act pretty cool either. Some of them eat with their hands too. So I said, well, yeah, I can handle that. But in reality, my father, Willie Marks, Kitianai, my son carries his name, Paul, Kitianai. The memories that we have, I was told about the experiences of Alaska Native students attending the Indian school. He said his most terrible was when they remembered their Indian food. Yeah, that's very, I tried to parallel this with our family and where we're at today in our world, Tlingit world. Our foods, our words, our performances, our ceremonies. At home, as they passed from bunk to bunk, potatoes, they wiped them, cleaned them, and they ate them because they were hungry. We wash our language so we can eat our language because we're hungry to be Tlingit. My mother would always say, Tlaka kainaak, Tlaka kainaak, Tlingit kainak katank. Keep trying to speak Tlingit. You're gonna make it. So sometimes they would make the sounds of salmon
boiling with seal oil and water cooking on the beach. This is in Chamawa School, eating potatoes and act like they were eating our natural foods, salmon, deer meat, seal meat, boiling it. It was so vivid to them, the way they would explain it and how they would talk about it. They could actually taste it. But there were things that occurred there as a young boy was punished probably for speaking the language, sticking his head in the toilet, whipping him, which tore my father's heart. He felt so sorry for him. But he left that school, him and his brother, Peter Marks, his older brother, and also a friend, I believe his name was Thomas Willard from Cake. Why did they send him to Chamawa School? Because they were 17 and 19 years old. You talk about this, young kids were being sent there. These were young men. They were sent there to learn about explosives. Both Peter and my dad, Willie, registered for the draft to fight in World War I. I say these things because personal family, what our parents suffered. And through the hardship of when they escaped, drifting down the river, and then hearing the sound of thunder of a waterfall going down, and they had to save themselves from going over. If it wasn't for their determination, we would not be here. My children would not be here. My granddaughter would not be here. How strong our existence wanted to keep continuing. So there's a man that spoke up and said the tide's coming up. Just because of one man speaking up, people were saved. We want to have the desire, inner desire, to be Tlingit. Being Tlingit is not just speaking the language. Being Tlingit is standards, understanding of values, principles, how to act, how to treat your neighbor, how to treat each other, how to do a ceremony, how to honor your dead. It's not all fun and games. I wear these vests here, Kochtlein iti aya. This was my Uncle Paul Jackson's. So was this rope. And my brother Jimmy carved this headpiece on that I'm wearing. Tusconusko Shah, Devilstone Mountain. Chiesuwutuahain. We still claim that mountain. Tusquedi was our clan at the beginning. I got a lot of notes yet, Richard. Maybe just four more things. Hakasego Achanu, our breath of life, near our life. Ha'atchayi ha'kostech sati, our food is our way of life. Ha'atu ha'kostech sati, our way of life is in our atu. Ha'chunki hanach atut sati, the clan system is a fundamental family unit. We mess up with the family unit, we tear the family unit apart, and it's not my law, it is our ancestral law, how we use our atu. We have to be in line to be able to wear what we wear. Myself, I could wear our atu that comes from the Raven House because I'm my own grandchild. My father was a Sukwakari Yedi, which was my grandparent. So that makes us Chashtakant. At that time, and when that was being done or recognized, was very important. So there's many things that we go by because of how fast the world is turning, how fast things are moving. And coming up here, I didn't want to be rushed or feel rushed, but I felt some things that need to be said. I still understand and feel like the clan leader of our Tlaquaquadi people. And I know I call him Nathan, I almost call him Austin. But when you're given a charge by the man himself, it doesn't leave you. Our culture, he told me once, Paul, these stories that I'm telling you, it's going to be like a rope for you. And wherever you put it, it's going to pull you to what you want. And so maybe someone's been hearing these stories. I never asked, I never thought I'd ever be up here recognized as what I'm being recognized as today. I'm not a real speaker, but I do have a lot of things in my heart and a lot of concerns and a lot of love for my people. My mind changes. Where we're at today is just where we're at today. Yesterday's gone, tomorrow isn't here. Our children, they're not the future, they're the now. They are the now, not the future, they're now. Educated Western world, how far? What is culture? What is a culture? What is a tradition? What is a song and its words? Do we know the words of the songs? Song can be sung by the Tlingit. Ega Tlingit, sing it because he feels it. He sings it because he understands it. It's his song, his clan song. So much meaning of our culture, of how we respected each other. I tell the children, don't let anyone tell you that you don't have an imagination or that you cannot compose anything. Because our people told stories, our people created music, sang, art, all of it. They tried to take it away, but it was embedded in our bone, in our DNA. And so let us continue on to be who we are, continue to fight for our children, our great-grandchildren, for the children that we don't see right now, that what we do here today will be for them. Outline Gunnar Cheese. We only sang the first verse because of my sister's Nora. Squeak has not been finished. Gunnar Cheese, Yagi, Regis, the Katjuhan, Achtuik. Thank you very much for listening. There's more than one Tlakakari that'll be taken care of. Yeah, well.
Goodness Chishion, before we move on to the next awardee, we're getting really close to closing down the silent auction. So we're just gonna take a couple of minutes. If you feel the need to get up and check your bids, go ahead and do so. And we're gonna try to get right back on track here in a few minutes. So take a few minutes and then we'll move on with our next awardee. Oyang over here, he said it's a 5-minute limit. You get 5 minutes.
Could Will Rice please go to the finance table? It looks like you won your item.
For all the folks over in the corner looking at their bids, you have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The bids will close after the next awardee. 3 minutes.
Could Tristan Duville go to the finance table? You won item 63.
You win anything yet? On the verge? Mary Suits, you've won an item. Could we see you at the finance table, please, to claim your prize? Mary Suits? Oh, no, Mary Suits. Right, I'd like to call everyone back to their seats. Make your way back to your seats, please, as we introduce the next awardee. All right. The next award, which is the Emerging Leader Award, recognizes a tribal citizen youth who demonstrates leadership and commitment to community wellness and the socioeconomic well-being of Indigenous people. I'm pleased to present this award to Keenan Sanderson. Keenan Hunt Ingut Kungai Chus Sanderson is Yuklanas clan. He was born and raised in Ketchikan. He obtained his bachelor's degree in fisheries and ocean sciences from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Keenan works for the Ketchikan Indian community as the Natural Resources Program Manager, overseeing traditional foods, stewardship, and environmental protection. His first job at KIC was a fish and wildlife expert. He is the president of the Ketchikan Tlingit and Haida Community Council and the chair of the Natural Resources Committee for Tlingit and Haida. He's also the vice president for the Ketchikan School Board and is on the Ketchikan Fish and Game Advisory Committee. In 2021, Keenan wanted to serve the Ketchikan School Board and ran for the Ketchikan School Board. Keenan is the son of Rob Sanderson Jr., grandson to Robert Sanderson Sr., and great-grandson to Helen B. Sanderson. Through his family's leadership, he values working together for the betterment of all. He would like to say Jahawa to his father for shaping him into the leader that he is today. His friends for being the backbone of his support, and a Jahawa to his fiancée and his deuce, Utsika, for lifting him up. Join me in celebrating Keenan Sanderson.
Holy smokes. What an honor this is. Hans Ingu Kungai Has. My name is Keenan Sanderson. I'd like to thank Mr. President Richard Peterson for giving me this honor. I'll tell you, there's two things in this world that I really dislike, and that's Kiko Man soy sauce and public speaking. And especially public speaking when I'm having to talk about myself. So for what words that I do have for you, I'm going to be talking about myself through the people around me. And you'll kind of see why when I get to the end of my point. So I was born and raised in Ketchikan. My father, like in my introduction, is Rob Sanderson Jr. And my father, for those of you who don't know him, is another leader himself. I basically grew up in the boardroom with him at a young age. I don't know when I started, probably when I was born. I don't remember. And I love my father to death. But for a really long time when I was young, and I very much regret thinking about this when I was young, but for a long time, in some ways, I resented my father. Because as a leader that he was gone out of the house for long periods of time. I don't know the exact amount of time. For some months, it felt like he was gone for 20 to 25 days, and I had to stay with my mother and other people in my family. And I never really understood why. From, basically as soon as I can remember all the way until probably when I was a senior in high school or maybe a freshman in college. And it took some soul searching but just being able to realize what the things that my father does for my community of Ketchikan, my home away from home from Heidelberg, and our tribal communities all across the state of Alaska and down south as well. And when I realized like what my father has done for our community when it comes to fisheries and wildlife management, when it comes to transboundary mining, when it comes to suicide prevention, when it comes to opioid prevention, in a way I had a newfound respect and love for my father, but I, again, very much regret what I had felt about my father growing up. I had no idea. I just didn't know any better. So before I move on, I really want to recognize my father for doing what he does for our community, because without him, I absolutely would not be standing on the stage where I am today. So, Father, if you can please stand. I know you have your phone in your hands. That's one thing that's one thing about my father too, is that he may be a good tribal politician, but he's probably a better photographer than anything. But yeah, there's two really big things that I'm really passionate about, and that's natural resources management, just like my father is, and education. As soon as I graduated college, I picked up the torch and started attending meetings like the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, the Board of Fish, Board of Game, Federal Subsistence Board, all of the different fisheries and wildlife management entities except for the Pacific Halibut Commission, but I'm going to get to that one eventually. I've been going to all those meetings ever since. The one thing that my father's definitely an advocate for, but definitely wasn't necessarily his focus point, is education. And that actually stems from another person that I think I really need to recognize. Was my former high school teacher, Julie Landwehr. Most of you probably don't know her. She was a high school teacher at Ketchikan High School. But she was my biology, marine biology, and oceanography teacher growing up. And outside of the inspiration of my father and, going out fishing with my uncles and just having a general love for the outdoors, I credit a lot of my success and interest in science and education to her. And without her, I probably never would have gone on to college to go get a degree in fisheries and ocean sciences. I honestly don't know where I would be today. I had a lot of thoughts of what I potentially wanted to do, but without her, I definitely wouldn't have gone to UAF. So yes, please. I know a lot of you don't know her, but like if maybe she'll be watching. I told her about this. I don't know if she's up. She lives in Michigan now, but I'll show her a recording later. One other thing that I want to talk about is it's kind of hard for me to talk about. It's a sensitive topic, so I apologize for the potential trigger warning. There are 3 dates throughout my life that I'll never forget. April 28th, 2015, July 5th, 2019, and December 28th, 2023. For a lot of, those around me, I like to laugh. I like to, have good times with a lot of people, but, I have not gone without my struggles throughout my life. And those 3 dates are 3 dates that I really struggled with my mental health and had suicidal ideations. I won't get into specifics on how I got there, but those are 3 dates that will always be stuck in my head forever. And especially this most recent time, back in December, I was going through a really, really tough time. I thought I was alone. I didn't feel like I was doing enough for my community. Felt like I wasn't there for my friends and all sorts of other stuff. And then I get a call a couple weeks later from Mr. Peterson. I was sitting in my office working at KIC. I see his caller ID, and I was like, damn, he's calling again to borrow $20 from me. Thankfully, he wasn't calling to borrow money from me. He actually wanted to talk to me about this awards banquet, and he said that he was honored to give me this award tonight. And at that point, I realized, damn, I actually do mean a lot to people. People do recognize that I am a valuable part of this community, and I do need to keep going. And I won't give you all the credit, Mr. President, but I'll tell you that I really appreciate those words that you said to me that day when you said that I was going to be the emerging leader for this year. Yeah, so I appreciate you a lot. And all the other things that you've done for me too, obviously. So after that call, I started to recognize that the other people around me too were actually there for me, and I was there for them in a really positive way. And there's countless people that I would like to recognize, but there's 3 individuals in the back over there, outside of my father, including my father, obviously. But there was 3 individuals in particular who have absolutely been here for me through my good times, but especially my hard times. And that's my good buddy, Mike, please wave your hand. My dear fiance, Riley, also please wave your hand. And my mother-in-law, but who's become a very big mother figure in my life, Bridget, also please wave your hand. Without those 3 individuals in particular, also including Rob, my dad, I honestly don't know where I'd be at today. Kind of a scary thought to think, but I also credit those 3-4 individuals right there with a lot of the things that I've been able to do. Because with, and I bring all this up to kind of make a point. I'm going to be really frank here. I had no idea what I was going to say, probably about until like 3 minutes ago. I didn't know what kind of emphasis I wanted to make on a particular topic because I really love fisheries, but I talked about that all tribal assembly and before leading up to that, so I feel like maybe I should talk about something else. But and also my kids. There's I coach an ocean science team too. Plug with them. They're great. If you don't have an ocean science team in your home community, I highly recommend making one. But over the years, I found that if I don't have, very positive mental health with myself and with my people around me, there's no way that I could be an effective leader for my community. And all I'll say is if anybody, yourself or those around you, encourage them to go to therapy, encourage them to journal about their experiences, encourage them to meditate, encourage them to do positive things for their mind and body. Because again, without that positive mental health, there's no way that I couldn't function, and I can't imagine anybody else would be able to function under all those things. So, yeah, I don't really have much more to say that other than this is like a huge honor for me to be standing on this stage. But again, I don't really like talking about myself. There's a number of people that helped guide me to be the leader that I am today. And I still got a lot of room to grow and hope to continue to serve our communities for probably till I kick the bucket, hopefully 70 years from now. So with that, thank you so much.
The Hold Each Other Up Award recognizes an individual who uplifts and unifies the Tlingit and Haida people through their acts of generosity, caring spirit, and significant volunteerism. This award is well-deserved and goes to Laverne Wise. Laverne says Tin Wise is Tlingit, Deshitan, from Angoon, Alaska. Her family comes from Angoon, Kahuna, and was born and raised in Shitka. In the 1980s, Laverne settled in Seattle, Washington with her husband Roger and her 3 children, Tlachada'u, Guchtuwu, and Kanalka. Her family has always been the driving force behind all of her motivation and dedication to serve her community and honor her culture. Laverne is a matriarch, advocate, community member, auntie, and leader, both in her Seattle community and for Tlingit and Haida. Everyone in the community has always known they can come and talk to Auntie Laverne about almost anything, and they would get the help that they needed. She has served her community fearlessly and effortlessly, including on the board of the Seattle Indian Board and community liaison Seattle Indian Health Board, a member of the Hyundai Ijin Dance Group, Tlingit and Haida Seattle Community Council, Tlingit and Haida Enrollment Committee, Native Action Work, Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 36, and the UW Native Advisory Board. Her family includes parents Flora Jacobs and Donald Cook, siblings Jeannie, Floretta, Donald, and Hamilton, and children. Please welcome Laverne Wise. Cheesh.
have to tell you, I'm speechless now. Come Saturday, I will celebrate 38 years with my husband, Roger. And he is a good reason why I have been able to do everything I do. He's a very good supporter. He raises the kids the way they should be. They're wonderful. We have a grandchild here. I don't know if you know, but we have 4 generations of Tlingit and Haida here today. Myself, my daughter, my granddaughter, and my great-granddaughter all were seated on the floor for tribal assembly. I'm pretty busy. I have tried very hard to cut back on some of the meetings I go to, but since Zoom, it doesn't stop. But I love it. You know I do, or I wouldn't be here today. I think the biggest thing that got me to a lot of this is working with our local chapter. They have been a helping hand. My work with the Seattle Indian Health Board. During the COVID, I was the person that they went to get an appointment. We had appointment people, but they didn't call them. They knew me, so they called me. So that's where that went. I didn't have any speech written for tonight. I just want to thank you for this honor, and I am speechless. Thank you. Thank you. Nephew, thank you.
Here's your certificate for your award.
Oh, Keenan.
That is Keenan's. Ben forgot to give Keenan his award. There we go.
Thank you very, very much.
You are very, very welcome.
Here, I'll help you down. Here, let me take this.
Okay, I wanted to announce the close of the spruce level auction items, the green sash ones over there. This is the last call before we close the spruce level of the silent auction items as we move into the program to recognize the last 5 awardees. So we will now be moving into our President's Awards to recognize our final 5 individuals.
I am so excited to be able to steal this awardee from Koyang. This person is very special to me. This Inspiring Educator Award recognizes an individual who integrates cultural education into the school system and exhibits a strong commitment to providing cultural learning opportunities. For his dedication as an educator of our youth, this award goes to Hans Nakatlan Chester. I'm going to age both of us and let you all know that we've been friends for 23 years. Hans Nakatlan Chester is Tlingit, Raven, Yesh, Tlugnachadi from Yakutat, Alaska. He was born in Juneau, Alaska. Nakatlan obtained a bachelor's degree in social science in 2003. 2 years later, he earned a master's in the art of teaching from the University of Alaska Southeast. He is a teacher for the Tlingit Cultural Language and Literacy Program at Harborview Elementary School. He teaches Tlingit in kindergarten and first grade with Josh Chunny Jackson. He has taught at Sit-i Tishanach, Glacier Valley Elementary, but now resides at the Tlingit Language, Culture, and Literacy Program at Harborview Elementary. The same elementary, he resides there all the time. I had to change the wording a little bit in here. The same elementary school he attended with his siblings and now teaches Tlingit for kindergarten and first grade students. Hans teaches all ages and levels of Tlingit and has created a Tlingit literacy development program. Nakatlan became a fluent speaker with the support and guidance from Florence Kakatlat Mark Shakely. David Kingisti Katsik and Johnny Marks were also influential elders who helped Nakatlan become highly proficient in the Tlingit language. He has learned from numerous elders and speakers over the last 28 years and is eternally grateful for their support in his language acquisition. He appreciates the support and love from his partner Stephen to do the work that he does.
Gnilchish, Anyat Kisani, Shoutiniki Yati Kini, Shtakat Yuhan, all of you noble people, all of you honorable people who are seated here, Tlachwasach Tudach Shtuchanuk, Ya Achjit Iyati Chashli Ish, how much I feel it in my core, this award that I've been given by you, Chashli Ish. Tlachwasash Tukachat Iti, Yin Yejichanei, how honored I am to work with all of you, every single one of you. I am so grateful for everything that our mom instilled in us when we were young kids. From the time I can remember, she would tell us, "You're a Raven Coho from Dry Bay." And as a little kid, I had no concept of what that meant. And then going into college, I got to meet some of my own family that I didn't even know I had. And it's all because my mom bought me one of our Yakutat Kwan sweatshirts. And so I wore that on my first day of attending Tlingit language out on campus here at UAS. And that's when I started learning the family that I have and the family that I never knew I would meet. And part of that was a feeling of loss that I had when I was a young kid, not knowing the connections and not knowing the land that our people come from, but knowing there's a place called Dry Bay. And then in 2013, the Yakutat Tlingit tribe was able to take several scores of people down to Dry Bay. And as we were flying in, we could look out the window and see the footprints in the sand dunes that Raven left when he pulled in the salmon box house, the box of life. And you can see those hills to this very day in our homeland. And to have an experience of connecting with our environment and our land because of that trip brought back all of these memories that I had growing up, thinking that our culture was gone and thinking that our language was gone. When we would go to gold medal games as young kids, Mom would say, "Go say hi to your aunties and uncles." And I'd say, "Mom, I don't want to. I don't know who they are." Plus, they kind of smell funny. And that's when the ear would get pulled and I knew I had to go. And one of the things I remember is one of the men from Yakutat said something to me in Tlingit, and I had no clue what he said. And what he said then was, if you don't know your language, you're no Tlingit. And when I was in second grade, I would walk to school thinking about that. I remember walking up the stairs of the overpass with my sister Dora and thinking, what in the world is Dry Bay? And how come we don't know that place? And so when I got into college and started reawakening some of these more positive things of who we are as Tlingit, it started to make more sense. And I can only thank the Tlukahadi people, Achlik Uhas, Kinkadunik. He used to come into the coffee shop that my partner Stephen owned, where I worked, and I would say things to him in Tlingit, and he would converse back with me. And just that feeling of being able to talk to someone in Tlingit continued my need and urge to learn more of our language. And so I also want to say thank you, Ganesh Kane, to Florence Mark Shakely, who took me under her wing in college and answered all of my silly questions and would say to me, now what are you trying to say? And then help me refine what I was trying to convey to her through my speaking Tlingit. But even more so, I owe a huge gratitude to the Shangu KD people. Achlish Kuhas, Achish Has, Aklinganachchish. You were the ones who were helping raise our Auntie Lori up in Yakutat when she was a young girl. She grew up with your relatives in the Thunderbird house. And all of the things that she learned as a kid about our genealogy, she would teach to me when I was able to spend time by her up in Yakutat. And that's how come I knew that I was related to my Tlingit teacher and to Nora Downhauer and to Kinkadunik. And so the Shangu KD have a really soft spot in our hearts as Tluknachadi. I think it was maybe in 1981 or 1982. I'll have to check with my dad, but he was brought in to the Shangu KD clan by Jinik Shtukashkes, Grandma Jenny White. He gave her brother Peter's name, Dakhis Achch. And what a powerful name they put on his face when they brought him into their family, making us Shangu Kedi Yatki. As the Dagestina were coming up along their migration, one of the places that they lived at was outside of Sitka. And this name, Dakhis Achch, refers to how when you're walking inland, you can still hear the thundering sound of the waves crashing onto the shore. And that's the meaning of his name. And as I learned that, it brought back all of these memories again of all of these things that our mom would tell us about who we were and who we're related to. And so I'm always thankful to the Shangu KD, and also to our Kagwantan relatives, Gnichish Kagwantan, Tsuachish Hasaya. I call you my fathers as well. When I was in Yakutat by Auntie Lori, she knew I was studying Tlingit, so she would ask me questions and have me converse with her. And one time she said, even though she knew, she said, Dakanach sasiti ish. I said, Shangu Kedi Yadi Ayachat. She goes, no, you're not. And I looked at her really puzzled, and she goes, Frank Dick Sr.'s dad was Kagwantan. I was named after Frank Dick Sr. And so that interaction alone taught me that we just don't embody ourselves and our parents. We look into our lineage and our namesakes. And so whenever they sing songs Kagwantan Yetki, I always get up and dance too because of my namesake. And I'm so appreciative to the Kagwantan, Tsuach Da Kanuk Uchawe. You're also my outer shell. Our great-grandparents. It was Yan Duane, who's also seated here tonight. His brother was named Khatan, and it's through Khatan's lineage that our family is related to Florence. And also I wanted to say, Ganashish came to the Wushkitan from Akpan, Akhkankiyan. How important you are to us and how you've always stood with us. It means the world to us that you're our relatives and that you're always helpful. And also I would like to say Ganashish to the Chukanadi. If it wasn't for you all, then I wouldn't have had the opportunity to learn our language from a Chukanadi Yadi. And to all of the other Eagles who are out there tonight, out in TV land, maybe there's some of you up in Yakutat who are watching. I say Ganashish to you, Tashyach Kagwantan, Tsuhada Kanuk Uhawa. And to the Tekwedi, our family has intermarried with you all for countless generations. And how honored it is to be amongst you here tonight. I know there are some Tekwedi, Eshkuge is here, Ganashish. I got the opportunity to work with her through the Indian Studies program. And that's where I started to work on Tlingit language development and a system for using our language to teach our kids. And so if it wasn't for all of these people, all of these opposites of mine, I wouldn't be standing here today. But like Dr. Jenny said in the opening remarks, if it wasn't for my partner, Stephen, I wouldn't be here today doing what I'm doing. And the amount of sacrifices that all of us make in our lives to do the things we do, I feel a deep gratitude to my partner for, first of all, putting up with me, but most of all for standing by me in all of the crazy choices I make and saying, I'm going out of town. Oh, I'm leaving tomorrow, by the way. And just the amount of support you've given to me is overwhelming. And I thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. And before I close off, I just also wanted to say Klinganichish to the entities who have supported me to get the education I got, Tlingit and Haida, Gold Belt Heritage, Douglas Indian Association, Yakutat Kwan, Sea Alaska Corporation. I couldn't be doing what I'm doing today if it wasn't for all of the things that these entities do for us. And one other thing I want to say, I don't know if Dolores is here tonight, Dolores Churchill. Oh, how Dolores, she's the one that really got me inspired in weaving with spruce roots. And the charge she gave to us as Tlingit people to revitalize our forms of weaving within spruce roots alone has caused a ripple effect. And it's some of the teachings that Dolores taught me that allowed me to excel with this spruce root weaving, but also with Kingis tea and the Shungu KD, where the origin of our spruce root weaving comes from. If it wasn't for him challenging me to learn everything that I could, to look for the meanings of our words, and then to teach what those meanings are to our people, and for his generosity in sharing with me the oral history of Kaukriai the house that was lowered from the sun. It's from all of these teachings that I'm able to do what I do today, and I am just so thankful. Kunach tuga hatiti yat chahani yachana. I'm so grateful to be standing here tonight amongst you all. This is all for me right now. Ganashish.
The Language Warrior Award recognizes an individual who has made significant effort to promote language preservation and revitalization in their community. For her commitment to the preservation of our language, this award goes to Jill Costine Meserve. Costine is Tlingit, Chalk, and Chukanadi from Huna. Her parents... Huna? No. I knew that was coming. I knew that. Her parents are Chris Hustman and Ken Meserve, and her grandparents are Grace and Nino Villarreal. Costine grew up learning Tlingit and many other indigenous artworks from Kashke, Daphne Wright, Carol Williams, Sonia Johnson, and many more. These experiences would go on to later influence her as an adult. Costine is an established Tlingit artist and is a Tlingit language instructor with Hayucha Tangikuri program, the tribe's Tlingit language immersion nest. And no, TCLL, you may not have her. I'm just stating that for the record. She graduated from the University of Alaska Southeast with a bachelor's in liberal arts in Alaska Native Languages and Studies, where her love for the Tlingit language really started. The inspiration came with the language classes taught by Lance René Twitchell. After graduation, Costine began her professional career in language grant management. In 2021, after her daughter was accepted into the Hayucha Tangikuri program, Costine jumped into a new career path and became a language instructor with the Language Nest teachers. In 2022, she received her CDA, her Child Development Associate credentials, and continues to work as a language instructor. Chish.
Yuhan. I was really trying to get my daughter to come up here with me. She's a little too shy. Ganalchish to cut you on, hati adi, chukanedi khatsati, khayhetach kahuna kawudach, aktain tandachkan ayhat, katsu, lukna khadiach dakanuku, ganalchish, wait lukna khadi, katsu, ganalchish, aktain tan. Ach sika we kachkaniki do sak we do her. Hast du in kananiki ekeuxtini? Ach lil ach sika we do lil kas Shangu Kedi, Gunilchi Shangu Kedi. Ach tuwu sigu ach in ye hastiati yayagi, ach inag yadu ach inak, ach tla ka ach tlil ka, daka ach uni ye hastiati, ach kunach ach tuwu sigu adat. Stugach atiti ach jititi ya ayi. Tlalchas chataya, katlalchas ach yejich jene dachawe yachahani. Tltaka ach inag ka achuni ach eat would the she, kawetlingit kuatlatu ach ich at would tu. Hastu yejene dachtsu yachahan. Gunilchish. Gunilchish ah hayuk atange kudi kuatlatu so. Ega gunilchish ah. Wanganins gatladzich hayuk atange stu tu. Koach as wusht de ki hutulashat yakach tu lagi. Gunilchish tlinge and haida. Hayi sa'achi, kahaiti de shi, kadaki hayi lashadi. Achaya hayukatangi hayatki has ausiku. Kakathat kreda chaya, hasit guhas has to itik akedi sakyen gati hayatki. Ganilchish achre isa'achi. I'm going to try to remember all of that in English. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I am just so enchanted to be here tonight amongst you all. I am so thankful for this honorable mention. But it's not just for me and my work that I stand here before you all. It is because of my many family and friends that have helped me along the way, and all of the Tlingit teachers that have taught me. Kashke, Kakasat, Guneote, Nakasan, Khune, Daljini, and many more. It's because of the work that they have done before me and taken the time to pass that on to me and that knowledge that I am able to stand here before you all today. And I also want to give a special shout out to a few folks here. Tangi Kotlatu, Gaidanaki Sayi Yekwasai, Daljini, Hagu, Daljini, Yatutin, Nak, Isunak, Shkailten, Kagush Tlain Su. Gaidanak, you hunt like Gaidanak. I would like you all to please really give them a good round of applause. This is our team from Hayuqa Tangi Kudi, and I truly would not be here amongst you all and be doing the work that I'm doing without all of your support. Gunilchisha, Gunilchisha. Sometimes learning our languages is a really hard life, but we really just have to ignore those lateral violence comments and negativity and just lift each other up. Use your language every day. Just try to use it. Even 1 or 2 phrases a day, and we will support you. Do that, and we all win. It's not just those few that are using it. All of us, our children, we all win the more that everybody uses it. I also want to give a very special gunilchish to Clinton Haida and President Peterson. Thank you for always lifting us up and supporting our work and our program, for seeing our value and not being afraid to praise us, and for listening to us and hearing our needs and doing what you can to meet those needs. It is because of that support that our children are leaving our program knowing our language. Gunilchish. And I'm going to end with a phrase that Kakatla has given us. Our children are the seeds left in our ancestors' remains. Gnilchish ache isa ache yachana Johan. Gnilchish. Hucha. Can I move this? Can I pick it up? Yadu sikaya kachkanik you do a sock. Agnachi hasati achaya wayet nachi siti ket gachtushi. Get one?
Isati Ganashish Hatiadi Atu Yake Ha'in Chisati Ganashish Ho Ho Ganashish Ho Ho.
My daughter was a graduate from the Hayukatangi program, and she is now at TCLL learning from Mr. Nakasan, the wonderful Mr. Nakasan. And she's the reason that I am doing the work that I'm doing, because I wanted to make sure that she knew our language. Nishchish.
Right. The next award is the Tribal Ally Award. The Tribal Ally Award recognizes an individual who has made a tremendous effort to protect and strengthen tribal sovereignty and/or advance tribal justice. For his unwavering commitment to Tlingit and Haida, this award goes to Dr. Randy Fong. Dr. Randy Kamuela Fong is the executive culture officer at Kamehameha Schools, a private native Hawaiian school system with K-12 campuses on 3 different islands and 29 preschools throughout Hawaii. Stewarding a royal land legacy of 364,000 acres, the charitable trust was founded in 1887 by Princess Bernice Pauahi Bishop, great-granddaughter of King Kamehameha I. Cultural advisor for the Polynesian Voyaging Society since 1985. Randy served on the board of the Native Hawaiian Culture and Arts Program, which received 2 Sitka spruce logs from Sea Alaska to build the Hawaii Loa canoe in 1990. A Hawaiian language speaker, Randy is a composer, choreographer, and producer of cultural programs, ceremonies, and video documentaries. He received the Nahoko Hanohano Lifetime Achievement Award in 2022 and was inducted into the Hawaiian Music Hall of Fame in 2023. He led over 40 cultural exchanges around the world with a concentration on the Pacific. He directs the Aha Moana Nuakia Pacific Consortium with cultural educational partnerships and was an organizer of the Ho'olina Conference, which hosted over 100 Alaska natives in Hawaii in 2019. Randy is a graduate of Kamehameha Schools and holds a bachelor's in music from Whitworth College, a master's in Pacific Island Studies from the University of Hawaii,
at Manoa, and a doctorate in educational leadership from the University of Southern California. Please help me in recognizing and welcoming to the stage Dr., or we like to call him, Gaugy Randy.
Po mai ka I ka poe haa kana au no ka mea no la kou ke au puni o ka lani. E leha ku au I ku mau maka I nā mauna. Mai laila mai ko o kokua I hiki mai ai mai kia kua mai no ko o kokua mai ka mea nana I hana I ka lani a me ka honua a me nā mea pauloa pihai. He leo aloha leo mahalo ke ia ia o ko pakahia pauloa ia o e ka peliki kena. Richard Peterson, no ko olu ana mai iau. Nā lahui e lua o Klingit a me haida. Nui ki aloha o ka poe lahui Hawaii ia o ko pakahia pauloa ke ia hiahi. I would like to express aloha from our people. To think that I would receive a Tribal Ally Award for something that you really have represented to us. You have been our allies for a very long time. So it's humbling to think that I would be seen as an ally. And if I am, it's only because I'm representing an ally of an entire people who look up to the north and think of you, especially if I were to echo the words of our master navigator, Nainoa Thompson. The first thing he would do would be he would call out to certain names, and so I'd like to, as an ally, and you've been our allies, I'd like to call out names in the room on his behalf, on all of our behalf. He would say the name of Judson Brown so that it would echo in this room. And he would call out names like Ernie Hillman, calling it out into the room. And of course, his brother, Byron Malat, he would call these people into the room. So I was thinking, he haia mea o ka ally no hoi. What is an ally? An ally is someone who is there for you before you call them, before they even know they need you, they're there. That's what an ally is. That's what you've been for us, and what we hope we can be for you, and so much more going forward. In particular, we are excited about the vision, the educational vision, and that you would see us as a thought partner and a friend, a family member to be alongside you as you pursue this amazing and exciting pathway forward. I would share, as my wife, Jamie Mililani, who is also my colleague and life partner for 41 years, I would say. I was trying to think of if I ever did a project without her, and I couldn't think of one, because we've been working together as long as we've been together. And I think the first time we stepped into this building was in 1990, if I'm not mistaken. And we were here to thank you for the 2 Sitka spruce logs. And we had brought our students from Kamehameha schools to perform. And we met at that time, so many of you, or maybe those, of course, who are no longer with us, perhaps some of you are older siblings or parents and grandparents, we had met at that time. We've never forgotten that moment. And so it looms large in our telling of the story of our relationship, these names that I've mentioned to you. And so maybe I think I would just say that we thank you for the opportunity to experience a future of education that uplifts Indigenous people, you know, in the years to come. Thank you for allowing us to be by your side. Thank you for also the opportunity, the humbling opportunity to address you in yesterday's keynote. I wanted to just say thank you for your love and expression of compassion, especially for the people of Maui, of Lahaina. And you've been so kind and expressive of your thoughts and feelings, and we feel it. And so I wanted to, this evening, just express on all of our behalf how much we appreciate that by sharing a song. And it's a blessing. And that blessing, I'm gonna start here so that the blessing goes, and I'm gonna work down the room a little bit so that by the time I'm done here, we would all be cloaked in aloha, in love. So I'll share that at this time. Mahalo. Ho'i mai u kai ke kuahi viena vi makapole ka helena o e ka pua'i e ua mahi e hi e o ka wao kele ke hele alau e iwai aloha lohe I a pole o ia alakai mai ka I o makana I polaua e lupani polo la wapala o nau e ike o nau na hamaka o nau na o ka hua pala hoa pili ka maile I ka mokihana ke ohana mai hoi te ualo ha hoi mai u ka hae a hoi mai u ka hae a hoi mai u ka hae Ke aloha.
How's everybody doing out there? We're supposed to start cleaning up in about 7 minutes. No, really. No, I'm just kidding. That dessert was amazing, but everybody better start checking their teeth because there's all kinds of seeds in mine. This next individual is not in the room tonight. She wasn't able to make it, but we are going to send her some good thoughts anyways tonight. We have a speech. 90-second speech. That's amazing. The Small Tribal Business Award recognizes an individual who strives to represent her culture and give back to her community through her work in entrepreneurial spirit. That's a hard word. I'm gonna have a talk with Rayanne about putting that word into the script next time. For her inspiring work, this award goes to Jennifer Younger. Jennifer Kakahawushka Younger is Tlingit Chok Kagwantan. She was raised in Yakutat, Alaska, but resides in Sitka. Jennifer is an award-winning Tlingit artist. Oscar-nominated Blackfeet Nation actress Lily Gladstone wore Jennifer's jewelry on the cover of British Vogue magazine. Her work has also been featured in Vogue, Elle, and British GQ. Jennifer also did the design and layout for the robes for the herring protectors, an indigenous-led nonprofit in Sitka, Alaska. She creates artwork and reflects her own style of proper Tlingit form line designs. She uses a metal carving technique to make jewelry and sculptural pieces. With Jennifer's creations, her goal is to reach beyond the Northwest coast. Reaching people across the globe will hopefully draw them into where she is from, and people will see that what Indigenous people are doing is still relevant today. Jennifer draws inspiration from traditional Tlingit form line designs, historical artifacts, spruce root basket weaving patterns, and from the contrast and texture of metals. And on a personal note, Jennifer is a person who is also just willing to share her knowledge and her skills. Multiple times I've been able to just shoot her a message and get feedback from her immediately. And I so appreciate that about Jennifer, that she is world renowned right now as an artist, and she never makes anybody feel too small. So just on a personal side note, Gnshish.
Hello, thank you. Obviously, I'm not Jennifer, and she's very, she's very sorry she couldn't make it tonight, but she sent some words that she wanted conveyed from her. Thank you, Tlingit and Haida, for recognizing me with the Small Business Award. I'm so very disappointed that I had a prior commitment and cannot be here tonight. As CJ accepts this from me, I am landing in New York City. The Smithsonian has asked me to speak on Earth Day about why I use floral patterns in my work. One more opportunity for me to talk about Northwest Coast art and draw people into the beautiful Tlingit and Haida culture. When I was contacted by President Peterson and told I was being recognized, I could not hold back the tears. I've had many work successes that have reached beyond Southeast Alaska, and I'm so grateful for them. But they do not mean anything if I cannot make my own community proud. This acknowledgement is the biggest honor for me. This is for you, Grandma Jenny Warren Pavlik, Gnshish, Tlingit, and Haida. Thank you. I'll make sure she gets it.
The final award under the Everyday Hero Award category is the Youth Mentor Award, which recognizes a positive role model who dedicates a significant portion of their life mentoring and sharing traditional knowledge that fosters cultural identity and growth. For this commitment to the health and wellness of our youth, this award goes to Anthony Ross. Anthony Ross is Tlingit, Yeth, Kiksadi. Anthony calls cake home, while his wife, Robin Ross, a lifelong resident of Keich. Anthony's two children, a senior Dominic Ross and sophomore Paige Ross. Anthony began working with the youth in Keich in 2006 as a youth mentor advocate with the organized village of Keich. At the same time, he began coaching the Keich High School girls basketball team. He quickly found himself working with the Keich City School District, starting as a substitute teacher, teacher's aide, bus driver, technology assistant, cross-country coach, and boys high school basketball coach. While working full-time within the district, he received his teaching degree from the University of Southeast Alaska and was awarded his first teaching position in 2011. He teaches 6th and 7th grade and continues to wear many hats, including teacher, coach, and activities director. For the past 10 years, he's been a strong advocate for speaking out against domestic violence, especially violence against women. Each of his male student athletes have participated in the program Boys to Men, which helps to equip young males with the tools and knowledge they need to make a better future for themselves and the women in their community. Recently, he initiated the Athletes as Leaders program for young female student athletes as well. Anthony is a firm believer in that to be a champion on the playing field, you first need to be a champion in practice, in the classroom as well as in the community. Join me in celebrating today Mr. Anthony Ross.
Thank you. Anthony Ross, Kiksadi Ayuhat. My name is Anthony Ross. I am Raven Frog. Wushkitan Yadi Ayahat. My father is Wushkitan, Eagle Shark. Kikwan Ayahat. I am from Cake. I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you today as the recipient of this esteemed Youth Mentoring Award. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to President Peterson and the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida for recognizing the importance of mentoring in our communities and within our culture. And thank you once again for bestowing upon me this incredible award and honor. There are so many I want to thank and that need to be acknowledged. First and foremost, my beautiful wife, Robin, who continues to support me in everything I do. I would like to thank my parents, my mom, Verlinda, and my dad, Calvin, for being an inspiration for stability and change. Thank you to Joel and Don Jackson of the Organized Village of Cake, Bob Mills and Ashley Pageant of the Cake Tribal Corporation, the City of Cake and our Mayor, Lloyd Davis, the entire staff of the Cake City School District, our school board and president, Adam Davis, and the community of Cake in general. Thank you for helping me to provide the necessary resources to adequately mentor our youth. I love what I do, and with their support, we ensure that our youth are set up for success now and into the future. I'd like to take a quick moment and thank two more important people in my life. They have helped me become a better teacher, coach, mentor, and father. I'm so proud of my children, Dominic and Paige, and all they have already accomplished. Dominic is now a senior, and he'll be graduating next month. Paige is only a sophomore, but both have grown to be leaders in the school and in their communities. Thank you for allowing me to fail as your teacher, your coach, and your dad, and more importantly, for giving me the opportunity to learn from my failures. I love you both, and I'm so proud of you. Like many mentors, teachers, and coaches before me, my passion for mentorship, for teaching and coaching came from great teachers and mentors in my own life. I wouldn't be here today without the support from Alaska Hall of Famer Dwayne Davies and his wife Debbie, Jeff Van Treese, Ryan Hayes, David Grimes, Rick and Judy Mills, Stu Mock, Cheryl Lee Van, Eric Gebhardt, Ralph Croslin, Kevin Shipley, and Richard and Brenda Cadhay, among so many others. Those mentioned have had a significant impact on my own life, and it is that same impact that I hope to have on the lives of others. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve as a mentor and teacher to young individuals in my community. Each interaction, each moment shared is something I don't take for granted. Some have asked me why I wear a stopwatch and red pen all the time, and the answer is pretty obvious. As a coach and a teacher, time is important. And although this stopwatch hasn't worked correctly in the past few years, it still helps to serve as that reminder. Every time I put it on, it reminds me of the impact that I can have, and I shouldn't waste my time or the time that I have with my students. The red pen was something I feared in school. As a student and as a teacher, red is not the color of choice, as it's often associated with failure. But if I didn't fail and have the opportunity to learn and grow, I wouldn't be here today. Failure is a part of life, and instead of fearing it or running from it, embrace it. Wear it like a badge of honor. Because, as I tell my students, failure is what makes us stronger. Learning from failure is a necessary step to success. More importantly, though, when I put this on each and every morning, it reminds me of my responsibility to our children. Over the past 10+ years, the Boys Run and the Boys to Men program have given me the opportunity to teach more than reading, writing, and math. These programs have allowed me to make a connection with our youth on so many different levels. Instilling our tribal values in the 3rd grade and building on those values in the high school has had a major impact on our success. During this time, I've been a strong advocate against domestic violence. Unfortunately, domestic violence continues to plague our culture and our communities. Being a part of programs such as Boys on the Run and Athletes and Leaders equips our young men and women with tools they need to succeed in relationships, in their communities, in their culture, and ultimately in their adult lives. I'm proud to be a part of this change and to help guide our youth to a better, safer future for them, our culture, and our communities. As I stand here today, I'm reminded of the immense responsibility that comes with this honor and recognition. It is a responsibility that I do not take for granted. To the mentors, teachers, and coaches across the state and the organizations that help to provide these invaluable resources and support, I extend my deepest gratitude. This award belongs to all of us. We'll just keep it at my house, though. In closing, I'm filled with the immense gratitude for this recognition and award. Together, let us continue to invest in the potential of our youth, They are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but they also be responsible for carrying our culture, cultural identity, and traditions. Thank you once again for this incredible honor. Thank you, President Peterson and the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida for the recognition. But as is the life of any teacher, my passion to help our children, our youth, is a lifelong journey. I look forward to what the future holds for my family, our culture, and our communities. Thank you. And it's Chish.
Again, as mentioned multiple times tonight, we couldn't have hosted this evening's celebration without our sponsors. Gunachish, Hawa, Doiksit Newsom, for being a partner in lifting up our people, communities, way of life, and our children. We're grateful to Alaska Advisors Group, Gold Belt Incorporated, Kira Inc., Tlingit and Haida Tribal Business Corporation, MRV Architects, Schwabe, Sea Alaska, Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium, and Sanoski. Gunachish, Johan. It is time for our, let's give them a round of applause, all of our sponsors. All right, we're going to do our 50-50 drawing. Tonight we raised $786, so the winner is going to walk away with $393. Drum roll, please. The winning ticket is... I've never heard a room full of natives so quiet before, you guys. Actually, have you been to bingo? It's really quiet in the bingo hall sometimes. Okay, 241529 Woo! For real? No. Oh. Shucks. Okay, here we go again then. 829. 829, last three digits, 829. Well, you need the last four. 4829. 4829. We have a winner.
All right, we've had a spectacular night. I want to say Gunachish, Hawa for joining us. To close out tonight, we're going to invite up President Peterson. Can you join us for any final closing remarks?
Wow, what a really incredible night. I just am feeling so full of love and just blessed by all those who contributed to this event, the amazing auction items, our sponsors. I don't know if they got recognized, but I want to make sure we recognize Huna Totem. They came through and bought a table. I see Russell over there, thank you. You know, of course, all of our other sponsors, but I just really appreciate holding us up as we try to hold each other up in the work that we do. I also want to thank my incredible staff. This has been an amazing event. Let's give. There's so many to mention, but I want to single out of my office who have been coordinating this: Sarah Dibdahl, Cass Cropley, and our cultural heritage and education, Amelia Rivera, Helen Willard, and I'm sure I'm leaving some out, and I'm sorry. I love you. I owe you a coffee. But just so many made this happen, and so many are volunteering, and they believe in this mission that we're doing. And I just am completely overwhelmed and full of gratitude for the amazing work. Our communications team, really excited with the work they do. As we close out tonight, we've heard some really wonderful Tlingit songs. I'd like our Haidas to close us out in a song. And if all of our awardees would join me on stage, and we'll do a Haida song in your honor. So don't be bashful. All the awardees, come up, please join me. We'll see who stayed. If they're still in the room, our lifetime achievement winners, is Dennis still here? If he's able. Is Nathan still here? If John's still here? But if not, I would like all these people to be celebrated one last time tonight as we close out the evening. Gonna chief.
Come up and come behind. Hawa. So we just noticed that we needed balance. So as Haidas, we quickly pulled ourselves together and decided we should sing at least 20 songs to make up. Both the songs we're singing are composed by Robert Davidson, and they are, the first is Hawa, to thank Robert for all that he has done for the Haida Nation, and to thank the rest of the recipients for all the contributions that they have made to making the Tlingit and Haida and Tsimshian much stronger people. Hawa.
up. It was all unrehearsed.
Well, I'm the president, so I get the last word. And I want to say what I just witnessed, Robert Davidson leading us in song. This is one of the top 3 moments of my life. I get last word.
He thought I got the last word. So the last song was On Your Journey, Walk with a Light Heart. So as we go forward, think about taking care of each other and walking forward and helping each other so that next year this is much better. And we just keep taking care of each other. This was also written by Robert. We were supposed to be singing these songs for Robert, but I couldn't do that because he's the boss.
Everybody have a good night. Gonna cheese. Gonna cheese.